Hey! You made it before I did. Yeah, just gonna do a sound check to see if I am audible. And of course, my headphones are all over there. Just a second. Can you hear me?
Before I did.
Am I audible at all? Yeah, just gonna do a sound check to see if I am audible. And of course, my headphones are all over there. Just a second. Can you hear me?
Before I did.
Am I audible at all? Yeah, just gonna do a sound check to see. Where the hell is this thing? Ah, there it is. Can you hear me? Am I audible at all? Where the hell is this thing? All right. Okay, I hear a lot of echo. Of course. Okay, yeah, it's working. There is sound. I'm live. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna do some menus today. Programming, I think, a main menu and options and exit, the ability to exit through a menu instead of Alt F4. Let the program exit with dignity through its menu and not by smothering it to death. So, yeah, so where do I start? Where would you start? Last time I did some menus, not some menus, did some full screen stuff, and yeah, I'm gonna see what we're gonna add today is some other stuff too. Yep, it's going fine. Death Sky, thank you for joining. How are you doing? They're gonna do menus. That is the plan. Break from what? You working or studying or taking a break from the break? Hi there. Welcome aboard. Okay, so cramming. Now let me turn off the notifications on this thing, because I can see it right next to me. You don't have to hear the every time. Alright, so this thing is running. There is a full screen mode, but I don't think you guys can see it. Did it crash? Nope. Window. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it in Windows for now. Final interview. Final interview? Are you the interviewee or the interviewer? Because right now everything goes on the internet. Could be both. Or am I the interviewee? Oh. So, hey, you don't know, maybe this is your interview. What can you bring to the table as an astrobiologist? How many alien organisms do we expect you to make go extinct? Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to have a struct for a menu elements, the works. Start with I also want to maybe today I think I wanna make it like a really long session too. Probably by tomorrow I want to push a new update. This is my plan. So I want to also rename some of those to this to name them something a little bit more scientific and closer to reality. And handle some problems that are surfacing. But first of all, the menu, so that people could also have the ability to change the resolution without having to drive themselves crazy. So we're going to start with data structures. Always start with data structures. So I have here source S is where I store all my structs. And here struct menu, and it will have, what will it have? It will have I don't know, maybe a title. Car pointer. I do! Thank you for asking the bartender. I will post it on here. So I think you were following me somewhere else, so you don't know about it. It's, there you go. Come on in. Would love to have you. So a menu would have a title, of course, but am I going to store it as a string, or am I going to store it as a car array and handle the malloc shit? If I have an array of, no, it's going to have to be a malloc. You're welcome. No, it's going to have to be a car array. Why? You may wonder why I'm using a character array. If you're familiar with C++, why I'm not using string is because car pointer is just has a fixed size. So if you were to have an array of strings or things, like if I'm going to have an array of menus, say 10, that's going to be a problem when the strings inside of this array is not a fixed size. Well, that would make sense because, you know, string is C++ and it's not necessarily, it's better to use C++ arrays, which I do not want to do because they are way too complicated and you have no idea what they're doing in the background. It's practically a high-level programming language. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to use the car pointer. Pointer has just one fixed size. So here, call it title, and it will have. Oh, what can it have? It can have options. Now, the options could be buttons, could be. I'm gonna go more broad here. I'm gonna have something called menu element. I'll call it just element since it's a nested struct. Does anybody of you here has a background in programming or something? Right. The menu element is going to have the type. I'm going to have also a list of types, so enum. Element type. You are very welcome aboard, by the way. Hashtag Bober. How is it again? How do we, would you pronounce your name? Enum element type, and in here it will have element type. Oh, wait a second. That's the problem here. Oh no, we can do it this way. Does that work? Alright, so let me call this m underscore element type, and m underscore element, so that at least I know what I'm talking about here. So here, element type. Now here it would be button, slider, what would it be? The menu element is going to be a button for whatever it is, and slider. For now, let's just keep it just one thing, button. I have to do... No, I don't. Oh, cool. Uh-huh. And... I was gonna have the context, which is gonna be... Require text. Full highlighted. Full clicked. And whether it's highlighted, whether it's clicked, and that's it. And it's gonna have also a list of elements, so element pointer so it's gonna have a list of elements and a counter to keep track of those elements. Int mi. This should set us good enough to add those things. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, to whoever's watching, I am planning to also probably design the logo for Astrobion, like the first logo for it. For now, like whatever we have on the Discord server, it's not really the best thing I've looked at. So it's just something like I had to patch up so it to look halfway decent for all of you guys when you joined. So it should get better. Probably today. We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, I gotta put this on Reddit that I'm also streaming. Just a second. Let me copy this and make a Reddit post. Reddit-do-do-do. Andy Bernard. Astrobion. Stream. Apply. Yep. Hey yo! Cheese dude, 76. You'd like some cheese with those drinks? Are you streaming on something else other than YouTube and Twitch? No. Do you have a better suggestion? If you do, then do tell. Should I consider something else as well? I don't know. I think like those are like the main stuff on the market. So we have menu. I know, just these two places. That's awesome, man. We have a Discord server, Mr. Cheese Dude. If you would like to join, it's right here. And I could put it again in the comments. So here we go. In case you want to join, you're welcome. Okay, so we want to make menu elements. So yeah, I'm gonna add those in the GUI section. So where is the GUI? There it is, the GUI. Oh, actually, also the menu needs other stuff as well. It needs a texture. Double pointer, STL, texture, texture, and it needs also to have a rectangle. Stored in it, probably, although I'm not sure. Never stored inside, stored outside. So here, pointer rect, and those will be stored inside the menus themselves or outside a bigger one. No, inside the menu itself, I think, because you'll be looping over the same menu at one time. So here, you would also have another list, another array. So it's going to be STL rect, pointer, rect, and int rects I. Three-star programmer? What's that? A rating system C program in the morning. It's virtually all non-trivial games pointer. Yeah, I am somewhere between 1 and 2 star in that case. Yeah, it's just like at the beginning, actually, it is true. At the beginning, like if I showed you my first project, the first thing I ever worked on. I was thinking, let me show you guys. So I think it was Raggy, yeah. And if you look at that code, man, like here is just the main file, the main loop. It's got all kinds of shit in it. Like there's no there's some pointers. That's true, but still, a lot of the times I just straight up copy entire structures, and it's really, yeah. And then I discovered, oh wait, pointers are a thing, so that's nice. Welcome aboard, cheese dude, by the way, and Saeed as well. Oh, by the way, man, Saeed6289, we have a Discord server for this project now. I think we've talked about your project with all the Arabic typing and stuff. If you like this, whatever we're doing, you can join the Discord server. That would be nice. So I have that. I'm gonna just put menus inside. Oh, the menu should have also an. I don't know if I would need the menus index inside the struct itself. It would rather be in the array itself. So, but I'll put it just in case. I don't know. Oh, undercover, aren't you? I shall not ask under whose name you are. Please don't be under my name. What? Oh, Raggy's still open. Go away. Ta-da. Okay, so let's do menus. GUI. Should I put it in GUI or should I put it in menus? Or its own structure? Now I'll put it in GUI. I mean, menus are GUI, right? Menus and menus, and it will have an array of menus. So we have a menu here, menu pointer M, or rather MS, not multiple sclerosis, I mean multiple menus. And int I to keep track of where we are also equals 0. Initialize these as 0, which doesn't always work, so I have to keep track of that in mind. This will be interesting to see how it works under other systems, because though I think safely when I initialize the global structure, which has everything the game has, it's all 0 initialized, so that won't be a problem. Okay, so we have now menus, and We need to malloc the size for that menu, and yeah, since all of these things are static types, that wouldn't be a problem. What I mean by static types is, well, that's not the right way to describe these things. What I mean is that they're nothing that could change in their size. They are fixed size things here, all pointers and integers and booleans, like nothing fancy, like strings or something. Although even those, like, I don't know how they're saved, but they're not saved in a logical way, in a fixed size way, because like I mentioned before, when you have an array of a struct that has an std an std string in it, then that doesn't really work. It's you get memory problems, and because the allocated memory is not fixed size, so the program doesn't know where to go next, and it just starts reading garbage. You get interesting results, but it's garbage. Depends on how interested you are in garbage. Okay, so now we have that. We need to initialize these things. Now, my way of handling GUI in this game is mostly I am loading everything at the beginning of the game and then using whatever I loaded. I don't use a dynamic GUI buffer or whatever you call it, where you update the GUI in every run, because the GUI of the game is pretty static of where it is. I think, like, a lot of things in it just don't move that much, don't need to, like, they're constant. They're not something that has to keep generated, just a constant number of things. Maybe later they'll have to have some elements that keep generating, but maybe I can do a hybrid system later. We'll just tailor this thing to our needs. So we have that. Now let's go to the initialization. Where is the init GUI? Now we go down. Where are we? The mixer. Alright. So let me put the menus here. Now let's say menus so that I know what I'm talking about. Alright, so we have G, which is global GUI dot menus dot ms equals malloc. And what type is this? It's menu pointer. So we're gonna have to cast this as a menu pointer. It's a C++ thing. I use a lot of mallocs. People would not agree with that. Some people, especially on whatever types those you see on Stack Overflow, which are really fanatically for C++ stuff. Like, no, if you're using C++, you should stick to C++. So, malloc size of times how many menus that I want. I don't want to run this more than once because that's just hard to keep track of. So let's just initialize 5. Let's just initialize 5 menus. Fuck it, for the beginning. All right. So we have 5 of those. I don't want to think about it. Okay. So let's start with the first menu. The first menu would be the main menu, the title screen, which will have play, options, and quit. Right? So, so G. Oh, before I do that, I think it's easiest to, since I'm working with just MS, this thing here, let me just make a pointer for it. So, oh, it is a menu pointer. What am I doing? Menu pointer. Malloc. What malloc does? Well, I don't know how far you know in C++ or in C in general. Are you familiar with the concept of pointers? First of all, do you know what a pointer is? This little asterisk here. You know what it does? Yeah, so basically a pointer points to a place in memory. And what malloc does, since the pointer is basically just an address, and you fill that address, what you're saying when you say malloc is you're telling the compiler to, or you're telling the CPU or like whoever's running the process is to find a place in memory that is free, that has this size, and assign that address of that place to this pointer. What are you saying? What you're basically doing is just you're renting an apartment. It's pretty loud. Just a second. All right. So like you're basically renting an apartment for your stuff. You're saying just I want an apartment of this size to fit all my information that I need, and it gives you an address. Like this is the street number of where your apartment is, and this is what I'm doing. And pointers are really cool because the street address number is just one line. It has a fixed size, so it can be pointing to a fucking a mansion or to a shack, but it's still just an address. Well, I'm doing just like I'm allocating the memory size for that to have 5 times the amount of the menu structure here. Instruct. And now I'm making a shortcut for that. So like instead of writing gy menus ms, I'm just writing ms equals the address, which where I put the ampersand, and I put then. Exactly, yeah, memory allocation. Malloc is memory alloc. I'm just telling it to... No, wait a second. No, that's not what I meant then. I meant to do this. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's at the beginning too. I thought it was like, what is malloc to? What is this mallocing or something? You said inscrutable, not instructable. I think what it means like something that you just don't understand, a word that you can't get. So yeah, now I can just say this ms, and then I am working with the and I also need to make an int pointer to the counter equals the address of this. Inscrutable means it can't get under scrutiny. Can't fall under scrutiny. Yep, scrutinize. Exactly. What are you talking about? Oh, yee. Idiot. M-I. Okay, so we have that. Now, MMS of MI. Sounds a lot of M's, but it's much faster to write this way. Of the dereference of MI, of course. Dot. Actually, this is one that I should just put as M, right? Let's call this MSI. Not to confuse with whatever it is with MSI, the actual company. And the M itself is the address of this one. Like as soon as you get a hand over pointers, you just play around with them just to make your life easier. It's just much more fun. Menu, of course, not menus. You know when you look at a word for too many times, it just starts to look weird. And like menu is menu weird. Try me just. Yeah, new is malloc is just the I learned C before C++. I didn't even learn that much of C++. I'm just more comfortable with C, honestly, because I feel like I have more control over the memory that way. It's just that there's not so much happening in the background. It's just one call. And when you go with all that template shit, I don't know how to. And even their compiler errors. Have you seen template compiler errors? They're just you can't read them. They're just you can't understand them. It's some code. It's basically, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we have the menu. Yeah, thank you. Inscrutable. Word of the day. I should have maybe like something here. Word of the day of like on the top of the screen. It's inscrutable. You know what? I'll do that. Wait a second. Let me add something. Alright, so here, text. Word of the day. And Arial is a disgusting font. Give me something else. What is this? That's weirder. I don't know what this is. Is this good? Ah. Is this good? That's nice. Alright, so give me some background color, sure. And let's put it over here. I don't know if you guys can see it. Actually, I'll put it like right here. Alright, we have a word of the day. Kindergarten year. Alright, so we have that. Now, so we have the menu, the first menu. M dot, no, what? Oh, these shouldn't be called M, these should be called elements. These should be called E. There's something really nice that I like about, it sometimes doesn't work, but I like about VS Code is that they have this rename function that renames all instances of some, like it's a smart way to find and replace. It replaces the right things, not every instance of the word. It renames this one structure or element you're working with. Alright, so now I'm going to work with elements of the menu. And the menu, like we said, we're going to have 3 things. Play, options, and exit. So it's going to be equals, same thing actually, like something similar. So this is of this type. So we're going to put this type without the pointer times 3. And that's it. And ME. Now we have 3 elements. Let's start with the first one. And text equals. And here I can. So I'm not sure if I just write that, will it allocate the right size? Is my question. Pom pom pom. I'm gonna have to look into this later. So let's try it the normal way. So play. Oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant E of 1 of 0. Dot text. Okay. The type is gonna be button. But I don't think it's going to work that way. It's going to have to be menu element type button. Bit a mouthful, but should be okay. And yeah, the rectangle, where is it gonna be? It would be nice to put them all like in the middle behind each other, but I think like I would have it start at the middle so that I would have enough place for that in the. So let's start with rect dot x. Oh yeah, the rect y would also be. I need to add the rectangle to the add rect destination rect GUI group and sprite. Actually, I need something like this, but just for the menu rects. Which should be okay if I just add this to one of those cases, right? Since it's going to be centered. Let me think about it for a second. Because this is going to have to be updated, like later. Which should be okay, since it's a pointer. You know what? I'll do that. Now I'm going to have to... No, actually, no, I don't. But no, I have to point it to the right list of menus. Unless I put all of the rects together of the menus. And if I'm gonna loop over all the rects of a certain menu, that would make more sense. So I'm gonna do that. So let's do it. So I'm gonna be int add rect menu, so the menu version of it, which will take a global pointer G, like an int W, an int H, or rather, instead of this, just all of those weird, like all those, I could just give it a rect, right? So from which it can take those things, and the destination rect. Color? Why would you need a color for it? Maybe the text color, or what was it? No, that's the rectangle's color. I don't need that. I need the sprite itself, though. Oh, and you need the menu on which where this is going. So it's gonna be menu pointer menu M. Okay, so you have that. Now what you do, there's gonna be something similar to this. I'm just gonna copy this and I'll edit it to, it's gonna be G, actually it's gonna be menu M pointer rects equals realloc. What realloc does, just for if you're interested, it's similar to malloc, but what it does is that it takes an existing memory, like say it goes to that pointer, and you tell it I want it to reallocate like 5, and it goes to that memory and tells, oh, this memory is only allocated 4, so it copies the content, find a place where it can fit 5, and it shoves it there. That's what it does. It just like reallocates more memory for you. It's expensive because it keeps copying memory, so it's not smart to do it all the time. But if you're running only once when loading the game, then you don't care. I don't care. So in this case, let me cast it to the right type. Oh wait, why is it casting it to an integer? Rect I. Oh, that's just the rectangles. Is it a list? Main rex I? Oh, I forgot my own code. That's not nice. That's not cool. Actually, I don't. How many of those did I? Right, how many of those did I initialize at the beginning? Oh, I initialized 250. That's one way to do it. Let me see. Actually, yeah, I should just run it with it, right? So m rects. Oh, actually, yeah. Instead of rex, I can just use the actual code here, rect. So let me make this. I made my own struct called rect, by the way. This is what is this. It just has not only rect, has color, original color, visible, sprite, and integer. It has more information. That's all. A bit more information. Some of them may be not really necessary in this case, but might as well be standard. But I'm not going to be needing 250. I'm going to be needing 3, which is the same number as here. We're going to have 3 elements. I need 3 rectangles. So, so here I'm adding to that menu M. I don't need this realloc. I don't need any of those actually. What I need is M pointer rects of M pointer rects I dot rect equals the rect, the SDL rect that we're feeding. Where am I saving the destination rect? I don't need the destination rect because this is the destination rect. It is in menu. You just give it the menu. And that's where you save it. And it should return to you the pointer. It should actually return to you this actually should be also rect. Yep. It should add a rect pointer. It returns a pointer. Mrect, no. Now this is this will be returned. Return the address of this. So now that address of where this is stored. So what I'm doing is that I'm storing all the rectangles in its own list, and I'm only saving the addresses of those in the actual elements themselves. This way I could easily go through that list. It's another hard lesson I had to learn when I was while I was doing this game and other games. Okay, so return. We have the rect. Oh, and the sprite now. Actually, why does it not just save the sprite itself instead of the texture as a, you know, sprite pointer sprite. Again, this is the same case. Like sprite has more, a little bit more information stored to it. It's a data structure that I made. If it's animated and it's all that stuff. So rect. This is the most complicated-ish part of adding new features to the game, is you have to think about it, like how do you engineer it in a way that makes sense for the future and in a way that doesn't come bite you back in the ass later. Because it's the worst when your own code bites you back in the ass later. Alright, so here. Sprite equals wait, did I break something by doing that thing? Oh no, this is the actual recs of the thing. Oh, never mind. Although that would be the sprite of the rectangle. The thing is, right now I'm separating the menus from the actual GUI that is happening later. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good. Rectangles. They have text in them. They have sprites in them. There's yeah, I could just YOLO it, but I don't want to YOLO it. That's the thing. Make it visible. And by the way, my streams always have no music. Music actually in my ears because they're copyrighted. But you guys think it would be better if there was royalty-free music running in the background, or would you just rather not have that? Oh heck, we hit 20 people here. Forget about that. Haven't noticed that. Ta-da. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Alright, so rect equals add rect menu. Actually, I don't even need global G in this case. It's not even needed. So let me put this before. the menu would be M. Would be temp, I think, but I'm gonna add that. And the sprite would be 0 for now. I think I'll be always working with the logical window width in this case. And the Y is gonna be window height over 2. Actually, I should also save a text size. I forgot about that. Should also save what was the font element exactly? Font stuff is what I want. Alright, so here, font stuff. Why did I call them so weirdly? Font, but not the actual font. Don't copy that. Give me the pointer to it. Now, okay. So to have a font color, it should have a font color as well. I want it to be red. Not too red, but like a little bit of the rest. 255. And type rect. Yeah, here is what I want. The width and height is gonna be a problemo. Is something probably I'll have to handle while I'm running it, because I want to also measure how wide and how far based on how long it will take to, like, the rendering information only comes when you render, which is why I hit render without rendering, just to calculate the length and use the length to, not the best way to do it, but it serves the purpose. So yeah, does it even need a rect at this point? Yeah, it needs to know the Y, basically, where it is. or at least the order. Well, the order is just the order in which they're in, right? All they need actually is just the size of that menu element, the actual size, and rectangle information would be, yeah, that's the thing, the rectangle. Maybe the rectangle needs to be highlighted. Maybe it's like maybe I want to make like a rectangular slot where things go. Actually, I would like to have that. Where it's because it highlights things for you and it looks more pixely. So I don't know. But maybe here I can decide the colors. You know what? Keep it. Keep it for now. I may change it later. So this is the first menu element, the second menu element, and the third. Second would be options, and the third would be exit. And these are gonna be a little bit less red, but red nonetheless. All right. Basically this. So, oh, great. So this is gonna be 1. This is gonna be 2. And YOLO. Update. I need to update menu. Actually, there's one thing I need to add to the rects of GUI menus, and it is int current equals 0. So this will set what current menu we're in. So maybe this will be, you know, let me call this resume. Although that would be like the first one, right? Yep. So update menus would take global pointer G. Out. There is another thing I should add to the menus department. In that case, and it is if there's a menu at all right now, is it on or off, right? Bool on equals false. So this will mean like the menu at the beginning would not show unless it's the main menu. For now, we're working on a pause menu. I decided. Cool. There we go. Update menus. If, well, let's get the shortcut. There we go. If menus dot on. Okay. Menus on. If menu's on, you should then loop over all the buttons. For int I equals 0, I is less than menus dot ms of dereference I. What? Oh, and I plus plus. But that's not what I meant. Here dot number of mi. Although I don't like this is called the mi here, it should be called ei to avoid confusions. I, which is German for egg. I swear to God, this game is going the egg direction without me controlling it. So, you're looping over all. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Where do you update it? Because you update and then render. Probably you would load the menu before you render, but we'll get to that. So if point in rect and now I check if it's highlighted. update button does the same thing actually. Button highlighted and mouse left up. And click. I need these two lines. I need to store the highlighted button. Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. Alright. Hot. Although they're all going to be initialized to 0, I don't know why I'm doing that. So now if it's highlighted, then true, and set the M pointer. Alright. Where did I put the hot EI? Oh! Idiot. I don't know why I'm reinventing the wheel, honestly. I mean, I do have buttons. They're just not there. Okay, so highlighted and key mouse up and click. Now click in this case would be bool click equals false. Clicked is true, otherwise clicked is false. There you go. Yes, yes, yes. And now to check if hot I equals clicked I. Now how did I check for this again? Alright, if G keys mouse left, yeah. I'm checking here usually is them strict and it's highlightable. But if the button is highlighted, if the key is not being pressed, and yeah, I think I need to do this. I have the key mouse. Yep. Yeah, I think this is the right way. I know this is the right way. I wrote it that way. And now if hot I goes clicked, otherwise false. This will perfectly check without. See, the reason it's so complicated is because whenever it's so that we don't have a problem of clicking and dragging over something, it will trigger. Because if you're clicking and dragging over a button, technically the mouse is clicked and it's highlighted, so it should run, but that's not how you want it to run. You want it to run if you are on it first and then you click on it, which is what's happening here. And you also can run another time so that it only runs when you release the mouse after you've already clicked it, which maybe we need to add later. But it's like layers of shit. Like just basically, like look here. Click and drag shouldn't trigger that button. It doesn't. Click and drag away, it doesn't trigger. Click and release on top of it, that's when it triggers. And it's like this Goldilocks position of like perfect how you should run it. Otherwise your buttons will look weird. Will act weird. Also I need to have support for up and down. There should be a first run. Okay. Cure. True. So first run. Actually, I wouldn't call it first run, I'd call it also here. Init. What we will do, it will initialize the menu. Oh, what now? And this is init as in initialize, and not init as in the British isn't it. Init. You turn on the menu. Init. No, it's not that. It's not that. However, it may seem like it is. Okay, so if menus init, then you would maybe just go to the first one. So here dot e of zero just highlight it. And now and when you do that, then you can go to menus on. So this will give us also one run for the renderer to render the sizes, and this way we won't have any problems anymore. Yeah, so this is the updater. Now, after you click on it though, we should program those cases, right? So here, if it's basically a lookup table, is what it is. What you're doing is basically like, yeah, well, let's write that lookup table. It's not gonna be that much. Void run menu button global energy, and you would also need a button and element. You need the menu and the element. So you would need menu and the int I int element I. And here, so actually need int menu I. If there's a better way to do it, I think, equals 0. Actually, make it a switch statement. Switch menu I case 0, and here we will write, if it's the case 0, then make another switch statement. Although, can you nest switch statements though? I don't know. Does it work? If it's 0, then you would, I think it would work. Yeah, if it's 0, and in this case, if it's menu 0, it will just menu set to false. Which is in this case GGUI menus. On equals false. So this will turn off the menu, which means it will resume the game. We'll add more to it later, but for now this is that. And if the case is 1, then you would set the menus to the second menu. Menus dot current equals, so let's say the main menu is 0, the pause menu is 1, the options menu is 2. And case 2, game. Do I have a game running? Where's the running thing? Running equals false. So by the next loop, it will kill the game. Basically that. Okay. Now in the initialization, let me increment this one time before so that I will leave space. And in updating of the menus, I am going to be checking for something. If g keys dot, I don't have the escape key, really? And the update. Okay, so this will add the escape key. Now, keys key dot escape key. Then I want you to set the current equals 1, and you initialize the menu. Should I put it over fucking here? Alright. So we'll set the current menu to 1, and it will now render. Now here, let's go to the deepest part of the void. Void render menu. Menus. So now here I will also take this shortcut, shove it over here. Now if menus dot init or menus on or initialization, then you actually render the menu. What do you do? When you render the menu, you need, first of all, you need to render the background texture. For now, let's just fill the rect stl fill stl. Wait, how did I keep forgetting how I did the overlay of the debugger. Yeah, something like this. STL set render draw color and make it like 50, 50, 50 to 55, and you fill the rect. 0 is the entire screen. Good. And now for int I equals 0, I is less than. Oh, I need to get the menu actually. Menu pointer m equals menus. Oh, address. Increment I. So I'm looking over all the elements. And now I need a text length. Text length equals render text, and here you take the m e of I dot text text font stuff is gonna be zero, 0, 1, 0. Okay. You have to restore the text links and your text, but this time for real. Text, the font color, text size. Now here is the X. Width x minus x length. The height is window height over 2. Render size, which measures the current render size. Okay. um, 200. Okay. Let me do that. I meant to do this. Okay. Well, let's try it. I feel like I missed something. I don't remember what, though. What? Escape is the same as... Alright, there's something wrong. Where's update? Oh. It's crashing. Probably a memory allocation problem at the beginning. It's a rite of passage. You have to do it every time. Oh, the MRXI is not initialized. All right. Well, nothing is happening. I missed something. Let me check. Run me through this one. Alaikum salam. Hi. Alright, so this is not even registering at all. That's weird. Hi there. How you doing? Sure, it's growing. I'm adding menus. I've added full screen mode and variable resolutions. And I am going to be adding more of that, like a little bit more nuance to that. So I'm making menus to allow people to change these things, you know, not just through console commands. Because console commands is just a testing way of doing it. Is the escape key even doing anything? Alright, it should now start spitting out. Better be spitting out S's now. And, is this again? I gotta check this, that's another problem. If you haven't joined the Discord server, we have a Discord server. Alright, it's working. It's working. The escape is working. Yeah, I did. It's, you gotta check on the website. You can play this version, by the way. Well, not this version, a little bit earlier, but it had the art. It has not just this, it has actual graphs and shit, and it has an actual graphical interface for the mixer. There's a lot of stuff. You better check it out. Hi there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right, let's see. Why is it not getting to that point, though? That's weird. Oh, I know why. Fucking idiot. I didn't add this to the... I created the update menu. I didn't just... I'm not running it. That's what's happening. Alright, I gotta... Okay. Yeah? That's cool. That's really interesting. Like 3 people that are following this called Saeed, and I thought you were the... There's another guy called Saeed who was watching the video before, and I thought it was you. So yeah, you add an update to your font shaping library. What do you mean by language tags? Okay, now update GUI. Alright, but how does that like translate into functionality? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Do you mean like for yourself while you're coding this, it's easier for you to work with? Or do you mean like in the actual end product functionality of things? Oh, another crash. Let's check this one out. That's awesome. I gotta look this one up. BCP47. Let me find this bug. Oh, that is actually interesting. That's awesome, man. It's really cool. Huh, interesting. This is the script, right? Yeah, PY. Because I saw class and then I saw def and I'm like, okay, this doesn't look like the language that I know. What is the deal? Darn it. Why is it sometimes showing and sometimes it's not? How am I initializing these things? Table 3. I see what you mean, yeah. Okay. Background. What did I call this one? Have you placed your, do you know your, Sai, do you know the Handmade Network? You can place your code over there if you haven't already. Your project is really, really cool. And it's like a group of developers that post their projects and, yeah, maybe more people know about it. Test tray, PNG. Alright, so test tray PNG. Wait, what? Why did you have a... What was that argument about? That you got banned? Is it go political or something? Or was it like something else? It's like a over a programming problem you got banned. A programming discussion. That's weird. That's weird. Test tray 2 and test tray. Oh, height as in human height. Well, human height is determined by multiple factors, mostly genetics, but whatever you were eating while you were growing in your critical years determines also your height, because growth hormones and protein and like there's a lot of things that could change, not necessarily just genetics. It's not even a discussion, it's a fact. Like I don't know why would anybody make a big fuss about it. Well, I don't know if you're permanently banned or whatever. Check it out. You can check out our Discord, by the way. We have a Discord for this place. Yeah, you don't have to name people. That's not necessary. Because it's not relevant. I don't think anybody here would recognize that username. Alright. What if I make this 5 and 5? Let's solve the issue. I want to somehow narrow it down. Well, okay. That is the weirdest bug. Why wouldn't not draw that? it's not a loading issue. It's an initialization issue, probably. I'm just toying around with it to see if I can find the problem somewhere. I just can't though. When I'm rendering here, it's rendering everything. Nothing. There's no error. Okay, so alright, this is a clue. So it's the srec that's the problem. It's the second color that's fucked. The second number. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, the fourth one. Q. Alright, so maybe shove in another number before it and give me this. that's what am I doing? Yes, of course that is. This doesn't change because it's the same as this one. What about Q then? All right. What about N? Since all of these are not the... Oh yeah? That's funny that you should say that. I've done with a friend of mine ray tracer. You can check it out. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, but I mean, what exactly do you want to do? Like, you just want a 3D render? What's your goal exactly? Because a ray tracer is a ray tracer. Like, sure, software ray tracing. You just add. I mean, it's basically just hitting things against the wall as often as possible to get more details. I mean, do you know this ray tracing in a weekend? There is this really, really, really nice resource. That's where I learned all this. And it teaches you how to do... Yeah, I mean, do you want more than that? What more would you add to that? If you can do this, then that's amazing ray tracing. Maybe you can add the support of 3D objects and parsing those and working with those. And like if you work with polygons, then make it render 3D ray tracing of an object. It would be really cool if you write a graphical interface that uses OpenGL or DirectX or whatever that renders in 3D normal rasterized rendering, and then that would you hit render in like you hit ray trace and it will do that scene whatever it is at that point in ray tracing, and that would be cool. That way you would have the ability, the speed of editing the scene, and then you ray trace that. But that's basically Blender. So what are you trying to do? Yeah, I mean, you could, I mean, basically trying to write Blender. Exactly, that's my point. Like, if you're doing it for educational purposes, then just go ahead and do it. Like, if that's the point. If you're trying to learn how these work and you see, you know, I want to improve my skills at making full-fledged programs that does exactly that, or I want to learn how these things work, that's cool. Or it's not for educational purposes, then yeah. If it's not, then just go ahead and get Blender. There's already something for that. I think, like, for me personally, I would love to do that just for the sake of learning how things are done. It's fun. But for other reasons, I don't know. There's already stuff. Like, the reason why I'm not using a game engine is like twofold here. First is like I'm learning, and secondly, game engines suck. But that's another discussion. All right. So why is it throwing me garbage? Bob Martin? What was it with Bob Martin? What is BRDF? Not on stream, right? Actually, I do want to look him up right now. Let me see. Oh, interesting. Wait, spitting on a memory location. What is it? What am I doing? Oh, I need to dereference that. Uncle Bob, the Martin, the Martian. I don't know. I feel like I'm not getting a reference here, but it's all right. All right, this one is no. This one is okay. What the hell? N is fucked. And what is N? The square root of tester tray frames. And what is that square root? All right, I'm cornering this thing. I'm getting closer and closer to the truth of why is this thing occasionally crashing. Don't tell me it's undefined. Go ahead, go away. I'm in G. Oh, good Lord above. Robert Martin? Something with Martins. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Why is it that? This is not correct. My friendo. My friend, this is not correct. This is not correct, so let's find this one. Yeah, it's alright. Ray tracers are really fun. Like, as a person who's never learned programming up until like last year, I always thought that ray tracing is this fascinating technology that just requires a lot of complicated engineering to do it. Whereas actually just banging your hammer against the wall a lot of times. We couldn't afford to do it before because we didn't have good enough. Like, the engineering part of the thing is engineering a good enough chip to handle it. That's it. The actual fascinating part about graphics is fake rasterization that looks like real stuff. That is really impressive engineering. If we're talking about like software engineering. Alright, you motherfuck, why are you doing this? So when I do in frames, result equals frames, right? Yes, G tester tray frames. There's a missing piece somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. Yes, sure, there is a lot of stuff to it. I mean, it's not simple. It's not easy. But next to whatever, like, look at what games lately has been able to do without ray tracing to look this amazingly good. I mean, it's just fascinating, by the way. If you have, like, look at modern games. You turn ray tracing on and off. Like, there's even a Linus Tech Tips video about showing people ray tracing on, ray tracing off on 3 different machines, and then asking them to identify which version of the game was ray tracing, which one is not. And they couldn't. Here's the thing, like, only the ones that were actually, like, tech savvy and knew what's exactly ray tracing does to spot these little things that ray tracing does in lighting and reflection and shadows and whatnot. Those were able to spot it, but others were just like, some of them even chose the actual rasterization. Is that artists, and not artists in this case, like engineers who write engines, are so well at making these things look fake good. And I think that's even more fascinating than whatever ray tracing is doing right now. Ray tracing looks amazing right now, but like the software engineering behind it is not as fascinating from the just simple architectural side of like architectural programming of it as otherwise. I mean, look at Unreal Engine 5. It blows my mind that this amount of detail can be packed and run on a sort of like high-end regular machine, but still a regular machine. Like, it's showing you stuff that usually you would need Cinema 4D to render. That's fucking amazing. And this only happens because people are getting better and better, like programmers are getting better and better at faking reality. And that's the fun part, I think, about programming. It's not simulating things one-to-one. It's faking a way, finding a shortcut that runs on the resources that you have. And, you know, like, that's a smart way to solve a puzzle, more like the same way here. I'm trying to fake a simulation of a cell, because if I were to really seriously simulate a cell with all its components, there are millions of components, thousands of different enzymes in a cell, and we don't even know all of them. And if I were to actually run everything, not even a supercomputer would be able to simulate one cell accurately constantly. But, you know, you take the most important stuff and you try to fake it, and you show the people, and you try to, yeah, I'm going to increase this a little bit, I'm going to add this little thing, and in the end you have a regular cell that runs on a potato PC, because it's only like a handful of calculations, but you're trying to fake it. That's the thing. That's the fun thing about it, I think. Just fake it till you make it. And why the fuck is this thing not rendering? Alright, so for some reason, this thing here is spitting garbage. Oh, wait a second. There's something wrong here. But, yeah, oh yeah, it worked. No, but what was happening? No, it should be running, it should be moving. Why are you not moving? You should be moving. Int gi equals g tester frame. No, that is correct. That was indeed correct, but the thing is... I gotta think this over. Why is this happening? G-tester frames. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it. Thought I'd figure it out without but apparently I do have to do that. Alright, so let's do that. So RTX, this game does not have ray tracing. I don't think it's planned for the future. Your eyes are doing some ray tracing, though. That's that. There's that. starts at 16. Where does it go bananas? Okay, run it. No, don't stop it. I don't abort. Alright, so it's having no problem actually. Alright, where's the render? Here we go. F10. Where is it going garbage? Oh, what? Excuse me? It's telling me something, but it's running garbage. The actual debugger is showing me normal values, but it's running garbage. Like, it's still spitting out garbage. It's that is weird. How is it possible that the actual debugger is inaccurate? Can that be? Alright, 10. What's initializing this though? Am I not initializing this? Probably am not, so let me see. Yeah, well then where is your God? If the debugger has bugs, then where is your God? Because then you're just you're fucked. That's what you are. And please excuse my French. Oh, we have frame I. Ah, I think this is the problem. I think this is the problem. This might be it. This might be it, people. This might be it. Hey! Got it! Kiss my butt. Virtual thingy. Yes! It worked. The problem was, my dear pal, is that the index was not initialized. It's always stuff like that. You start a... Well, today I didn't sniff it out, but I should sniff it out next time. Like, when it's that, it's that, you know? Okay, now we can get back to the actual menu rendering. So, where was the menu? It's funny today, like there are two sides in the... If you want to succeed in the game industry, you should always initialize your index. Well, that's what I try to do. I forget sometimes. This is why we have bug testing. That's why... Like, I should really just make a big fat sign in front of me that's like, initialize your fucking index, or something. Or actually, I should write it on my index. Initialize this. That's a bad joke. Bad joke. Never mind. Alright, so here, update menus. Now let's run it. If I press escape, good. 10, F10. If initialization menus is true. This one is not initial. Why is it not initialized? Oh. See, another problem. The initialization of the initials. I think, yeah, I knew I forgot something. Like something inside me was telling me you forgot something. Just couldn't put my finger on it. I think that was it. And I think it will be here equals 3. Actually, I should do this and then put those here so that we have only just one variable to change, not 3. So I was saying, like, today there are 2 Saids in the chat, and my best friend is called Said as well. So it's safe to say I'm a bit confused most of the time with whom I'm talking, but I'm probably getting the hang of it. What now? It's still not running that. Let me take out all those handmade debug tools. Oh wait, maybe it didn't compile because this was running. I think it didn't compile. Still, jack shit is happening. So let's go back. F10. F5. Stop. Dun. Initialize. Oh. You don't loop all over them. You only loop over the current one, which would make more sense. So, without further ado, should maybe change this to this. Something happened. At least it crashed. Now let's see why it's crashing. Run it. Access violation. I thought I'm initializing more than one menu. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Yeah, I know I made one, I skipped one, I know that. The question is, why is that a big problem? Alright, do I need to? Oh, it's probably that. So maybe this will fix the problem. Alright, walk me through the initialization. Feel like an idiot here. No! Ah. Oh, fuck. It's the same thing every time. Damn it. It's this. It's just this. That's it. It's every time. God, they should add warnings on... I should... Alright. I think the other way around. Dereference and then... Alright, it's not crashing at least. Alright, so let's go here. Oh, let me guess. I do not run the render call. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. I'm a big fat idiot. Okay. Now let me go to it shouldn't be on. Okay. Now let's go to render. It's rendering, so that's good. Now we will add what? Yeah, so after I render the text size, actually here's what I should be doing here. Down here. Dot rect dot width equals text length, height equals current render size, x and y. The x is gonna be this, and the y is gonna be this. Alright, this should be more, should work. It should be hovering now over them. Alright, let's see. Give me the first one. $141. So yeah. Oh, they're all highlighted now. That's the issue. Yeah, they're all highlighted. So I need to reset them all. Nah. Dude, not our... Fucking hell. No. What is with you? Alright. So else, 141. you go. I'm clicking on them, nothing's happening. Gotta fix that. What do I want to do? Yeah, I don't need this one anymore. Okay, so let's go back to update. Again, I'm not. What am I doing? Oh, I have it, but I'm not running it. Menu I. Where was the menu I? Is the menu's current. And the button I is I. Alright. Let me see if this thing is registering the click at all. Alright, it's registering the click. The problem is with this thing here. Alright, let's see. Here, run button. Escape. Resume. What the hell? It should be running that. Here. I know the problem. Debugger hasn't registered the breakpoint because the thing changed. Why is it not running anymore? Oh, good fucking lord. Are you stuck in an infinite loop or something? Like right here. What's going on? Alright. Turn it off. Turn it on again. If the debugger is buggy, what do I do with myself? Watch it. It's working. See? A bug. Great. Now. Alright, so F10. I didn't mean F10. Alright, I meant F11. Menu I. F10. It's 1. Oh. Forgot about that. can I say case 0? Let's make it a little bit more. Case 1. Now it should work. Watch it wake. Nope, fuck me. The shit. Alright, dude. Build. Let's see what's going on. This has been a slow day. Why is it so weird? Alright, F11. The menu is 1. The element I is 0. Alright, I think I need to go to revert and stop. Alright, I think I need to okay, let's see. Because I want to do other stuff as well, not just menus today. Alright, it's resuming. And it's exiting. Yes! Fuck. Alright, now let's... Sorry. Alright. Okay, so now let me pause the game while it's paused, while you pause it. So if the debug console is on, or debug pause, or it's not g.gui.menus.on, then it should pause the simulation. Is my point. It should you know. So like I'm gonna pause it at. See, it's not moving anymore. That's my point. And it's not updating either. Oh, because update GUI is somewhere else. Right. I need to take this one out then. I need to take update menu somewhere else. Here. Okay. See, the game is not updating. All that simulation is not updating. The rest is working. All the checks on balances and checks and balances. What am I talking about? Yeah. Other than that, there's another thing that I want to check for. If escape key Oh. Okay, now let's make the options menu. Let's make the main menu first, right? The main menu. And the options menu. And we'll see. So the main menu should run at the beginning, right? So this would mean menus on equals here. Menus, wait a second. Menus equals 0. And here init equals true. Alright, you hit play and it starts the game. Pause, you can resume. Beautiful. Now, there are other things. Where did I put that? Oh, it's not what I want. Oh, there's only the regular version of it. There's no bald version. Alright. Okay, so we have that. Now the options menu. To do the options menu, we would need I should have the elements of it, if it's a button or a text or, you know, because that is also important. Alright, let's go to type. What do we have? We have button, text, free, space. For now we have all three. Now the type here is button. Same thing applies to this one, and this one. 3, 2, here, but here it's space. Oh, I already have it. And here it'll be size in this case. Okay, now this will define how big that space is, and this time, in this case, you don't need any. So here, space, button, button, button. Okay, this will be better this way. Now, when I'm rendering, I gotta check the type. If now here, this is where it's going to be different. D. Now, equals 1.5 times render size. Right? Now I will take the case of if the type is space and do the same thing. Play these two. render text in here, just make it empty, same font color and size, and set the current render size. And this will work with if it's space. Since it's 0, then it doesn't have to do much work, it just has to adjust the space. It works with me, it works for me. I mean, no other. Okay. Oh, and or if it's a button or text. This was a disaster waiting to happen. Okay. Now update. If it's not a button, or no, it does not equal a button, continue, skip it. Alright, let's try that. Alright. Now let me add, I don't know, a title of this for this thing. The title will be the title, that's something else, but let's work on the options menu, right? Let's work on the options menu. Now, here we go. Another one of those. It will have, I don't know how many elements, but let's say it will have, actually the button would require to be if it's toggleable or not. Alright, so here it's gonna need first, let me take these away. It's gonna need first display text 20, it's gonna be 290. And then add to that a button. This will have to choose between them. full screen, borderless, windowed. Alright. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but this is one way to do it. And then add a spacer. There you go, a spacer. That toggle is not necessary here. Size will be, I don't know, 10. Same font, doesn't matter the color. Now here, we will add then something, text, call it resolution. Toggle. Nope, it's just a text. This will be number 5, and it will have only this will have this color, the rest will have now give me this. And resolutions. What resolutions do I have even? Okay, let's try it out. SR 100. So need to type these out. So 1600 times 900. It doesn't save it, I forgot about that. It saves it that way. Alright, let's so 1600 times 900. Now let's make it 95. I can't use 5s, I gotta use like powers of 10. Right, boom, why? SR 90. So this will be 90. Will be 1440 810. That's a weird one, but sure. One 280 times 720. I think 70 will break it. Yep. Alright, so let's try the fuck. Oh, I know why. I know why. So I have 5. Yeah, I know the problem. But I want to at least have a... Gonna have to use the last working version on it, which I don't have. That darn it. Okay, so let's fix this issue, whatever it is. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's make them 7. Alright, so SR 110. That will be 769.90, which is another weird thing. One 920 1080. All right, of those, these are the ones that make sense, honestly. Which is 170. No. Well, what is 90 though? $190. Okay, what is 80? I think 80 is a 721. Yep. 90, 80, 10, 120. These are the ones that make sense, actually. Okay. Does 60 work then? Nope, does not. Alright. So, we have that. Now that we have that, I really need to fix the scaling so that it does not work this stupidly. Because this is really not the way you would scale anything. Like a fixed scale, really? It should be linear. It should just stretch as far as you want it. Weird. Probably branch into it later. Hey, look at that. there should be an initial... Actually, we should do like this. Yeah, this will bump everything. Ah. Alright. You know what? This has been asking for it. So it'll just allow me to add something here and call it, actually where is it? Show me the space one. Okay. Well, there are lots of people watching today. That's actually really nice. Hi there and welcome to the stream. Alright, what do I do with this now? Am I still rolling? Oh, yeah, 3 hours and a half, good. Now, at the beginning of the options menu, it will be window width and a half. Nope. So 5, 4, and 10. How much did I make the size of it at the beginning of the first one? Oh, window height. I meant window height over 2, not window width over 2. Alright. Oh, dang, I forgot about that. Not done. Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit tricky. There should be a better way. The thing is, it's all splittered in different ways that I don't know how to make it work. Look, either there's multiple ways to do this. There are multiple ways to do this. I could do it the parser's way, right? I could just write a code that this thing runs, that every one of those runs. And that's basically it. I don't have to think anymore about it. It just runs the code. So I will just loop over them. And like, at least I know I would just go to the right one, the one that was clicked, right? And I would parse the text that it contains, which would allow me then, so I don't have to, the problem is just I don't have to rearrange it. That's all what I mean. So can you check I don't know if this is the right way to do it. If If you know better ways, tell me. But I want to try it. Oh. Well, I can. There's another way. I could use strings. That's the thing. I could use strings. I could just do string temp equals this. If temp equals then, and you can tell me that. Okay, this works. This works. This works. Then you just have to give me the temp. If it's options exit. This might solve the problem. Ow. All right. Apparently. Oh, okay. Okay. I think this should work. But why is it crashing at options? It's not. Wait, maybe it is. Ah. Alright, so I equals 9. Oh, there aren't that much in it. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3. There should be 10. What's the deal? I feel... What? Again, with this shit, what's... That's the problem. Okay. Now, I gotta check if it's toggled and whatnot, so let me check here. So, update. So either I need to store the information, a list of the other related slots. Or I need to make something called a toggle list in that case. Which is basically the same thing. You have to have a list of those buttons. Alright, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do. IntelliSense needs to be refreshed. Okay. So, for the purpose of this menu, I guess, I'm not gonna go overboard with it. I'll add to it as it grows. That's the way it's been the whole game been doing. I'm not gonna change now. I'm not gonna work too much generalized things. Which is a mistake. Okay, so I'll just check when things are checked. Like that's okay. Sorry. I'm going now to say there should be a run menu button. There probably should also be a check menu button. Check menu button. Only cases menu 2 in this case. And if the button is windowed, is full screen. Well, you need to also have a pointer to the button itself, actually. Which in this case would be menu element. So check menu buttons, take the element. Alright, now if it's full screen, where would I put this? Debug? Nah. GUI dot screw. Now let's go to debug. at home. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I gotta forget about that. Oh, I think I know the problem. The problem is with the toggle thing. I'm not setting them to be toggle or not for the other ones. And they're defaulting to something else. That's the issue. Why isn't it doing that exactly? That is weird. I'll get back to you in a second. Okay. Now the displays. Now let's do these then. Okay. All right. All right, now time to add the back button. So in order to do that, I need to have menus last also. So every time there's a menu change, that's what I do. Menu current. This is not normal. This amount of waiting for it to start is not normal. That's not how programs start. That's not normal. It should just start. What the fuck? What the hell? Yeah. The application verifier is doing jack shit as well. Alright. See, the profiler is running. See, there's like, what is it doing down here? That's what I'm interested in. It's using nothing CPU wise, and still, what is happening over here? Why don't you tell me? There is no data in the current set of that's great. Is there anything here? Here there is data. What is happening here then? Alright, let's stop it. Do it again. Can I take a memory snapshot at the beginning and at the end? Thing is, I don't know how to do that here. Take a snapshot. No, it's starting now immediately. Now I don't know if it's a compiling problem or if it's just the fact that this thing sucks. I don't know. See, now it's running. Of course, taking a little bit slower because of the application verifier. That's nice. Alright, let's get back to that. Okay. So when I hit on last equals current and then current to 2. Is it the application verifier that's fucking this up? Because if it is, then it's there's a memory problem somewhere. Oh, skadoosh! There's something. Let's see. There it is. What's the deal? You're looking at element number 10. What's element number 10? Well, show me 11 of them. Well, it's empty. Why is it? But I added one, though. Oh, I didn't, though. That's fine. Come on. That is not correct. That is no way correct. What did I tell you? This is not working. I don't know if this is the issue. Like here I'm checking, is resolution multiplier equals 80? If it yes, then clicked equals true. Otherwise, clicked equals false. I think that should be correct. Did I save it? I did. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And we're back to the same shit again. What the fuck? I love random bugs, don't you? They're just warm and fuzzy and sweet. They want to murder your family. They're all clicked. Solidarity. Everybody's clicked. Back does jack shit. Let me see if back was even programmed correctly. Toggle false. Element type button. What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Oh. This is like basic programming. What is wrong with me? Okay, people. The game officially has a menu. Woohoo! Yes. Alright. The game has a menu system. And that menu system fucking okay, so it works. Now well, might as well do a settings file as well. It should memorize the settings. It should save. Yeah. I did it once in Raggy. Let me just copy the code from there. Some of the stuff, like, it's not even that much. All right, let's see. There we go. And now here. I don't know, ASD Astrobio or something, I don't know. CNF. It doesn't give it doesn't matter. Alright, so STT for settings, maybe? Alright, so we're gonna be setting out file rs equals resolution multiplier. Not even, don't need this. And then here, display if GUI dot full screen full screen F. All right. How did I load the settings at the beginning? Actually, I do need a line, then resolution multiplier. If buffer equals f, then set display set display G full screen. If buffer is W windowed borderless. All right. So now here, when I hit back, I want you to save settings G and load settings at the beginning. Alright, let's see what happens. God, how many seconds do I have to wait for this bullshit? Every time. Well, not every time, but most of the times. And it crashed. That's amazing. You gotta check if the file exists, right? Is there, oh, did I check the file existed here? Is there a... Alright, let's make it here and go back and exit. Now let's try it again. Did it output correctly? Not in Raggy, in new game. Oh wait, did I have two different, great. Of course, you're not gonna... Why would it only update? I see. Wait a fucking minute, that should work then. When I hit load. Yeah, what are you loading though? I mean, here is config. Open it in code. Alright. Why isn't it working? Load setting is doing jack shit. Just saying. Oh wait, resolution multiplier. That's something else. is set resolution. Whew. Okay. Oh, it's working, man. And well, all right. I think to change it a little bit, I'm gonna. This has been really long, so I think I want to do some sprites, a little bit of sprites today, like just a little bit more sprites, and then let's be 4.5 hours, a long time. So I'm gonna add. I'm gonna draw some sprites now. So, yep. What I want to draw actually is the logo of the screen. So let me see the measurements of how. Actually, wait a second. I want to record this and put this on Discord. Wait a second, let's do that. Lice. Oh, yep. No. Menu. No. I want to say menus. Save. So. Alright. So I'm gonna be putting this on Discord, people. Pictures. Why do I save them in videos? It's not a video, it's a picture, it's a GIF or a GIF, whatever. Great, nobody can see. Alright, so now let's add the thingy. Let's draw something. So what I wanted to actually check for before I start drawing anything is let me see. It is connected. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, fuck it. I guess I have to be carrying it this way. Alright, so I wanted to check to see the grid thing and see if I can measure like how big the thing is gonna be. So it's gonna be probably this big. 1, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 3. So 8 times. No, it's 400 by 150. So. All right. 400 by 150. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna put a background. Dark background. Actually, I want to see it be exactly 20, 20, 20. And now let's see what we can draw. So it's working. It's just that the fucking driver is not recognizing. It's a Chinese product. What do you expect? God damn it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, Control S, Control Z. Alright. I just wanted to do like the undo and redo. Which apparently does jack shit here. Oh, come on. Yes. Alright, let me... don't save. What do I do with the buttons if they don't register? Oh my god, what a fucking broken product. God damn it. Why do you advertise something with buttons if you know half your buttons are not gonna work? Why do you advertise it? So that suckers like me buy it, that's why. What a fucking broken piece of shit. It's new. It's completely new. And they can't write a software driver to save their lives. Alright. Yes, enable. Let's try. Yes, finally. God damn it. Alright, so, yeah, no, don't do that. Yep, here we go. Alright, so let's see what I can do. Alright, here we go. So probably want to do like an A for a sprite for a strobion. something like this. I don't know. Nope, too wonky. Alright, this is a nice A. Alright, so oh god, I'm so tired. I can't really much focus anymore. I'm getting a headache. Yesterday I only slept 5 hours. I think this is as much as I can push it today. Usually I can push up to 6 hours, but today has been a long day actually. I tried to sleep the afternoon, didn't go so well. It's nighttime in Europe right now, in Germany, and I am gonna pick this up tomorrow, and tomorrow I have free day, so I'm gonna be able to do that. Probably also in the same time, starting at the same time. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing one earlier. So yeah, that's what it is for today, and hopefully I can push more features soon as well. I'm gonna be traveling for a couple of days on vacation this weekend, so I won't be able to update that much. Probably gonna work on the train, but besides that, not much. But I'm looking forward to getting back to this. Today we have done menus. We have a main menu. I know it doesn't look that spectacular, but the technical side of it, it's working. That's the most important thing. And it successfully pauses the game. And yeah. So thank you. Actually, there's one thing I can still do. I can still do one thing. It doesn't take that much work. It's just a couple of renaming. I wanted to do that at the beginning. It's very important, and I don't want to forget it. So water, sultrium is going to be NaCl. Salt. NaCl. Actually, just the labeling would change. I don't want to. Salt, sugar, or call it glucose. Just name it the same thing. Name it the same thing. Glucose, salt, NaCl, water, Deuterium is going to be pyruvate. Might as well just name the right thing. Arvinium is going to be ATP. Sulfuric acid is going to be, what do you call HCl? Hydrochloric acid. There you go. Hydrochloric acid. Is there something like that? Carbonic acid. Yes. Although that's not. What does glucose have? I need to see glucolysis. For some reason I'm more awake. I'll get to it later. You gotta rename most of these things, and there's a lot of stuff that I just don't want. I want to just replace. And here, instead of salt, it's going to be NaCl. Instead of this, is going to be glucose. And here it's going to be HCl. And deuterium is going to be pyruvate. What is CG? Great gas. Deuterium. Arvinium is going to be ATP. No. Yeah, I gotta rename those. Forgotten the initialization. H2O. Deuterium would be, you're gonna pyruvate. Say, where do I save this? I need to save this in our title. Yep. So, yeah, those are a couple of things. I don't know if I should push a patch. Alright, people. Thank you so much for watching. It's been so amazing having you guys pop in. And yeah, and it's a dream come true. It's awesome. It's awesome. Thank you so much for watching and for tuning in and for your ideas and tips and jokes. I'll see you tomorrow. Probably, yeah.